get into a habit of streaming. So, sorry for the delay, but okay. Here's the thing. I think I've just gotten this build to a point that stands. Now, could I use about Dream to have all Herodrics? Flawless Herodrics? Probably not. That ain't gonna fucking happen with this. Like, if you pull every single thing you ever need. Now, the problem is there's a hidden achievement with a Wartable, by the way. The Wartable makes me just straight hate it. See, the difference, too, between tier 10 and tier 12 is you might get a couple of more junk at tier 12. I don't really call that a massive, distinct difference. See, there's your problem. And also, shit's a lot more spongier up there. For no goddamn reason. That day I can get 1,000,000,000 damage because I literally have easy 1,000,000,000 damage. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, and shit just looks at you sideways, you're fucked. That's the truth. God honest goddamn truth. Fact alone, I could probably run this a lot quicker than, like, if I really get into the habit of it. This dungeon we live in a lot more this season than it appears. So the issue here largely is, yes, would I like flawless Herodrics? Yeah, good luck to that. See, basically how everyone in that's getting 150 this season is throwing everything in, so I mean some people's RNG is a lot better. And now am I still down a I was not expecting that one. Kissimmy's, which sure, can I get a 2 to 3 GA Kissimmee? It's actually worth it? Maybe, maybe not. That doesn't happen at all. Which technically I'm very close to like a Herodric, but like full flawless Herodrics, I should say. Here's the problem. Flawless Herodrics, it takes 10 royals to make one grand, 5 grands to make that. 10 royals to make a grand, 5 grands to make a Herodric, 5 flawless Herodric, 5 Herodrics to make 1 flawless Herodric. Which is roughly about a difference in about 30 stats, so to speak. Now, realistically, this is still the fastest way. It's like I keep getting ammies and skulls, not what I need. Luckily, a lot of other random shit comes out of this. Feels like the other one won't be here all day, though. I'm really close to a couple. Oh, there's sapphires. See, next season we'll probably be living in. I'll remember this, and I'll be living here very early on. Because this is how you easiest way to get gems. Now, my luck, I get the more expensive, but Well, 3 sort builds is I need like four topaz. Jesus. Goal I want to hit is I wanted to hit was about 3,000 intel. The problem with higher tiers is just surviving all the one hits, which is never gonna fully happen. I mean, I still get blown up roughly around 115? 115, 120? Not a chance, a snowball's chance in hell. But that's with Fortify. See, my prediction was I'd get the Herodric Sapphire before I'd get the anything else. I'd get the Sapphire. Because it looks like it's going to be the Sapphire before. In Sapphire I use, Paladin uses one Sapphire. Here. So this is, it's basically like 4 topaz for DPS. Basically, realistically, if I squeezed out any more damage out of this thing, it'd be shocking. The problem is, right, 3 to 4 stars is the only other thing I could get. Now, idealistically, the cast, this is like playing Blood Echoes back in the day. This is very much probably going to be the only form that Bloodwave takes unless they redo Title. Because Title, the problem is it needs to have an almost instant cooldown. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is damn near impossible. Realistically, see, that dungeon, no matter what, gives you 3 royals. And if you get it down to where you can farm it about every minute, you're good. Minute and a half. 2 minutes, about 2.5 minutes to be more precise, to be, if you go mathematic wise. I know what I just did, and I see what I did, and okay, I got it. I got it. There was a grand in there. There may have been another flawed. See, it's like I have skulls, I have sapphires. See, that's just 5 here. Next, do not think about the other. That's because grands take 300 fragments to make. Motherfucker. Grands take 300 fragments to make. That was not intentional. So I'm trying to weasel out the last of the other. Because I think I got all this stuff to get Charon, but I just gotta go live in pits. It takes like 40 pits to do it, probably. Because you gotta get Charon to spawn. That's how you get the Charon's meat title. But you gotta go 1 through. You gotta do pit 1 and every 5 levels to get to. You gotta go 1, 5. You gotta go 1, 5, like 10, etc., etc. Till you hit the thing to hit the stuff for Charon requirement. Which, sure, after you have the message that, and then he has about a small chance to spawn inside the pit. Because the thing in the pit, that's the secret boss. But hell, supposedly you can go find the cow level. Cow level exists this season too. I have yet to see it. I should go sheerly farm it, which I'm pretty sure it's an easy way. But I'm more concerned about trying to figure out how to farm and get out power. See, once I solved basically my money problem, it wasn't. Yeah, see, this is a very good source for anything. But yeah, here on out, it's going to probably be elemental gems because all resist doesn't work. And what's interesting is when you change the. See, cold and. See, the weird part is cold and shadow aren't very common. So in jewelry, you have one of each. Now, does that pose a problem for me because I need 4 intelligence? I mean, technically, I don't. By that, I mean I don't. But the more intelligent. See, the DR on intelligence is really high. Because here's the thing about DR. DR is that, well, diminishing returns. So, DR on intelligence is higher than most stats, which arguably see strength, dexterity, it's a lot more flexible. Which reality is, yeah. It just makes you extremely, like when you're running this, it's to get over to this. Really? Well, that's more shit than normally it drops. But see, the problem is ladders, I think, are only open once a week for a couple of days. And it's like, I've grown the character by leaps and bounds. See, I picked this up the other day. I had this. I had one that would have been a 3 GA, but I fucked it up. It's okay though. That's what 7 mythic tickets are for, by the way. Seven mythic tickets are for farming those. But I saved that for tier 12. The thing here is Bloodwave Necro, by the way, it's very different than the other. I have more damage than most of the ones. Because, again, I have 6 items. Well, actually, it's 5 items. Amulet, rings, yeah, that's 4. Gloves, main hand. Yeah, so 6 at times 15. Diamond in my main hand. Now, I'm gotten a little bit better here. With the armor, right? Sure. But I got lucky and got gem strength on a weapon. And I've had it for a very long time. Not everyone's lucky to get gem strength. So next season, hopefully I learn to stop not to mess up at the transfiguring section. That would be a lot better for me. Might be a ton better than the normal alternative. So why does the game now want to start dropping me charms? I guess. See, there's actually a thing to create a flawless Herodric. So, to create a flawless Herodric, you need, as I said, 5. You gotta have 5 Herodrics. So it's 10 grands. Uh, it's 10 grands. It's so it's 10 grands to make. What the hell's going on? So 10 grand, yeah, it's 10 royals makes 1 grand. 5 grands make a Herodric, and the next is as it goes. 5 Herodrics makes a flawless. See, as far as next season, they'll probably dole out the game. I have a feeling that they will, because I think as grindy as the end game is now, eh. Look, part of the problem is it's a million fragments a grand. Which, realistically, that's not a problem. As long as you have the ability to do it. Now, the problem itself is kind of different. Look, realistically, if you had a group of people doing this, you could farm out all the gems and share. Some people only care about like skulls or 2 of them. Me personally, again, see, I need. Ugh. See, I tried to explain to one of my friends that doesn't mid max why you do the stats we do. So in the ring, if you have a topaz, a emerald, and you have a so it's topaz, emerald, and ruby, both pretty much foolproof you, at least to a degree. Kind of. I mean, volcano and pillars over time and poison that are like just poison dots will fuck you over. No doubt about it. As far as charms go, I don't look, I could easily go re-roll a lot of my charms, which by far mythical, I've had a few mythics. But the problem is most of them aren't good for what I need. That's kind of why I was like debating on my paladin. My paladin needs, I say, a lot more work. Really? Do I die? See, you wouldn't get any of the ones. Sometimes it's random, sometimes it's not. Say, that's why I have a shit ton of skulls. See, I have a shit ton of skulls. Amethysts. But, but. And then the problem is you're still going through and getting shards. I think I sit at like, I don't even want to know at this point. I think I probably have. So I sit at 53 right now, but don't let that fool you. I've had a lot more than that. Baleful fragments, I sit at 300,000. So you can kind of imagine how many veiled fragments I've gone through, how many forgotten souls. The as far as amethysts go, right? 15, the other. You know, that's kind of how it goes. Really? I got a bloodless scream. That's new. See, we'll have more charms next more uniques next season, so I'll try to achieve but hunt at this point. See, Wartable is annoying more than anything else. I should have probably worked on it sooner. But it doesn't solve the fact of Wartable is Wartable should have been solved sooner. I'm at the point it's 1500 per level. I find that you can navigate the game without it. Which, I mean, it's more it's easier to do this and live in a dungeon and then get advanced, so. War tables are a lot more. It targets you where you need to go, but you get a little bit extra rewards. The problem itself, it's kind of a waste of time because it's purely random. So here's the trick a lot of people don't realize. Like, this is still, you're going to go where you need something to be. Like, if you need to live in hell tides for layer keys, anything else, you're still gonna go do it. One raw source is still better than the source of what if. Like, I got, oh my, Jesus, fucking quilled eagles. I intentionally go kill the thing back there so I can fast travel out of there. You find yourself going through a lot of items. Pretty much the dismantling phase of things. See, at some point, I gotta go live in pits. I gotta go live in pits to find Chiron. So, yeah, that's kind of a fucked up existence. Which is more or less the other. The joke's aside, he gets lost in the pit himself. Like my glyphs, they're strong for what they need. I could survive, but EPS is a different story. But this is the quickest way to get gems, which I would settle for one flawless Roderick at this point. But one flawless is like the dream is to get intelligence to 3,000, which is where I need to be. Which, honestly, this is just easier than the. I'm basically a nuclear bomb for like. These things are like. It's like attacking. They attack me with knives, and I'm really just a damn nuclear bomb. It's just easier. But see, at the higher tiers, everything just has so much more health. Like the stuff I have to do? Yeah. Like, oh, you don't literally nuke down? Like, you don't nuke down Astaroth? Oh, you're fucked. That's Mephisto at 10. The funny part about Mephisto at 10 is he's just a king of one shots. Which, it's horrible. I sit, to quote my friend, I kind of feel like he does. He sits at 22 keys. He never wants to do it. Which, there's a reason. Like, there's an achievement to do it at 12. He bugs out like the first time you do it. But at the time, I was squishier too. I think I sit at like, what, 10, 15? I sit at keys. I keep getting it, but the irony is I get a lot at 12. Like, when I go up to 12, it's what it gives me. You know, I'm like, okay. And he goes, your death will be swift. And I'm like, oh, God. I don't want to step foot in that place. I'm fine if somebody else could go enjoy that. And what sucks is they need to kind of up the rate of grands you get from this place once in a while. But not really. You don't get grands out of here that often. I mean, they're on the spot. Ugh. This is all to till I get tired here. I'll switch because usually Wartable's about as it's just very like to me it's watching paint dry, and it's really random too. Like so, Wartables are like I have one that's halfway decent, which I'm just at the point I'm trying to clear out the achievements. So fishing thing I did the other day, living fine, fine. Yeah, this is the build. To be clear, if I could get a good Kissimmee before tomorrow, I would love it. There's a problem with that. Like, what's the only other thing I could squeak out of this build is go stupid, absurd crit damage? Maybe. Sure, let me get up to about 200. I already put the up there to it. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, crap. I still say this game needs dismantle on the go. See, a lot of this is all, what, you think 2, 3 stars? Oh, yeah. This, but good luck on that one. I had one that I got the 2 stars, but I fucked it up because I forgot to put gem slots in it. Yeah. I find that really, really atrocious. But I transfigured it and then I got it. So see if I needed materials, I'd just go turn in and get a bunch of Belials, which quite honestly is pick a boss, live at it, and just live there. I kind of don't feel like fucking up my set that I have. So my charm set, it would be nice to have a mythic set that goes with my gear, but details. But I have to check it. I have a couple. I'm getting the Diamondine, which is actually good for the build. See, the mythic seals should be 6. The mythic seals not being 6 kind of fucks it over. Because the problem with mythic seals not being 6, they're like one that's like 4, but you can have more than one unique. Right? You can have more than one unique. Which, to be fair, makes sense. Now, the problem itself is I do have to use. See, the reason I use Golem is so I have permanent overpower. Basically, I'm taking all of my charms, my seals, to go do the other. The fuck is with the aggro of these things recently? Seriously. There was an update right around a couple of weeks ago. All the ads in the area aggro. It's ridiculous, by the way. So the golem not only does a bunch of damage, but then again, everything I have is juiced up beyond belief. So my own little. So if I could squeak out core damage, it's here. Which gloves have core, helmet has core, clearly. The other one, two of my sets basically have the stats. So of the 6 charms, ridiculous. Like killing these quickly isn't the hard part. The problem now is getting the final rules, which I would love to get it. Like RNG is far too massive on uniques to actually feel fully curate. It's easier it's easier just to do it that way. Like the fishing net, like to be honest, I've been running this about 3 hours a day. It's still a lot. And the thing about this is, it's just a lot quicker here. And a lot of stuff drops from here too, so it's not just the gem fragments. You get a lot of dust. The dust you get everything you need. Now the downside is ultimately at what point do you care? Like hell, if people were trading, like seriously, I could have already had my stuff done. Cause I sit on skulls, basically. Which is ambient skulls, but no one's using them. Now the Shadow Necromancer I like, but the problem with Shadow is Shadow needs a buff. I could be very dead wrong on Shadow. See, Shadow is something that's I prefer it, but the trick is a lot of it is based around corruption. So corrupt damage is the other half. That means a lot of shadow damage. Arguably, even though I have the cooldown, it does not do the damage. There's a version, if I did it, of this, similar, but if I could keep the cooldown low, it would work. But the problem is, even though it is front loaded, majority of stuff for Shadow is still backloaded. Blight does a bunch of damage, but the key is but it's tied into corruption. See, I think Riker did this for 18 hours plus. Supposedly it got his gems. But if I had known I had to live over here sooner, yeah. And lately trade chats have been dead. Realistically, I should make a lot of those skulls and I should just put up 2 billion, but let's be clear. Those are easy 2 billion. I like how, since I'm not using diamonds and everything, more diamonds drop. Which is fucking hilarious. Secret I have is don't go looking for anything. So, and I have to do this because there is a thing in the last achievement you have to make a flawless. See, what's interesting is the orange fields sell for the other. But see, the thing about mythic seals they don't tell you is certain mythic seals need to be good for what they are. Sadly, half of these are shit. So there's Bloodbinder, alright. Diamond Mind. So, a lot of these. That seems fine. But what's interesting is that doesn't help. It doesn't make sense to go into this. Because I use no darkness. I'm not going to go into Bone Weaver. I mean, I honestly, if I had any macabre, but I don't have any of that either. So, Kia next season is going to be fun as getting this early. For the seal. Basically the talisman. See, a lot will be playing without that because they don't think about it. The execute effect helps a lot. combination. When I get tired of here, I go do other things. Sure, I stumbled here, so. But a lot of people haven't really unlocked the secret achievements. Because if I could get a flawless Siraj, at least one, I would like it. Because they're 150 stats. Either way. It's just easier to run, as I say. A lot of this is where it's not much difference in loot. So, comfortable, it's quick, it's just, look. Everything else, if it's not a pain in my ass. Tier 12 Astaroth is hell. Like, thanks. If you don't kill him immediately, oh god, he's gonna murder you whole. Honestly, to exist in tier 12, you need more than your fucking glyphs at 100. This one always gets me every time. Occasionally. Again. Again. Mm-mm-mm. So I get this down to about 2 minutes. So when I get this down to about 2 minutes, 30 times an hour. I get on a good day, I can get this down to about a minute, minute and a half. I can get down about a minute, 1 minute and a half. So you can curate your tables. See, sadly, yeah, I usually have about a sitting on a bunch of skulls, but Jesus, whatever. What? See, that's one thing. This season, we've seen the death of group play, as well as trading has kind of died this season. There, fucker. It's kind of bad. Like, Wartable was not thought out, and it's not universal. See, people get rewards if they're with you, but Wartables you can't share. But they expect the rest of you, whatever your unique style of your settings are, whatever you have your stuff set to, affects the world around you. So you could politely kill a new player that gets up to a new fresh tier with butchers, you know, which is a rather fucked up thing to do. Which it happened to me. Like somebody had got that unlocked. It was like, oh god. Because you'll see it in the world when people get stuff unlocked at. They get it unlocked where it changes it. Like it makes where you want to go unique. But the key is but. Like prongs can spawn up in hell tides, right? That's the stuff for Duriel. Oh, looky. Christ. See? Close. See, the key is, like, it's patience. Again, I get a lot of the materials you need to roll your stuff towards the end all come from this. Problem is, can you get one? And more it sucks when you go for the offensive gems. Which in reality, Wartable isn't terrible, but it's like once I get bored here, I usually go out to the do that. But I will get to Wartables because I'm going to get tired of running this. I usually get to the point I say fuck it and just go off and do something else. Usually how I go. I get tired of seeing this place. But I'm so close to flawless Herodrix. For real. So close. Not on everything. But and the issue itself is a lot of people are just kind of giving up on the flawless Herodrix too, and I understand why. I don't blame people for it. Honestly, there's a good reason. I mean, flawless Herodrix are top gems you can possess in the game. But to be clear, farming them is bad. It's about as much time as it takes. Now, realistically, if you go buy them, you still need the gold, which gold is getting into the 1.5s for it. So you're like 1.5 for certain skulls. I mean, amethysts are not being sought after. Skulls are the most. Rubies are up there too because barbarians are very common. Really? Oh. It's that modifier. Sometimes you'll get lucky and get a really rare modifier in here. Ugh. But the problem is, unless you have see as a group, that's usually why a lot of people are farming this. So, because not everyone's looking for the same gems. So, if you're on Paladin, you're not looking for that. Or if you're on the others. But if you're trying to mid max, you need the resistance. So the issue itself is, again, you at least craft one flawless Roderick in the season. One. Really? Star Blade. Oh, it's a flail. But yeah, like, trying to get these is a bitch. Like, the point is, it's just repetition. See, I can farm this dungeon relatively easy. So, but once it starts giving you the fragments you don't need, that's a bigger problem, though. A lot of it's just RNG. Quite literally, that million fragments needed is shit. It makes you have to farm up a lot longer. There's no easy way to do it. You just gotta put it up and do it. Does if you don't, you ain't gonna do shit. I know I'm not close. Mentally, I keep notes, but dear God, I'm not even close. But that's close to the woods. Got a few. Uh, See, I got bored and actually leveled up my other glyphs. About 100. It's like some of my others. That's what I probably am working on right now, so. Like, I do not want to run into Charon at 120. God's sakes, it's gonna suck. Running into a butcher at 100 is sucks. I'm past 100. Which has happened to me. I can run into those pits, like, by habit, but it's also that wood, like, if you get, it gets you nothing. Like, I'm also just, but my idea of perfection is good items. Jesus. I over prepare if I do anything. So. The secret in that threshold to be at like 33,000 base. So the trick is you need a higher toughness, which helps you survive a little bit longer because you're not going to win a sustained fight. I mean, to be honest, as I said, it just doesn't work. Goal ultimately is to kill stuff before it gets worse. Every so often, I'll just start screwing up the order I run in. See, these with events take longer, but Sometimes. Oh, it's a horde smash generator. Don't ever let it fool you. See, where the strength of this build is in AoE, it's not single target. So, it's honestly, even my blood lances pierce through stuff. See, even those will start doing a bunch of damage too. Because remember, my whole multiplier goes straight up, goes up and goes boom. So, my multiplier is to even a dungeon. I mean, I don't think they're gonna nerf Glenn's Anvil. You've got like multiple classes using it, but technically, it's the only way we have to survive. Glenn's Anvil is our only survival mechanism. Without Glenn's Anvil, we're fucked. I despise this. It's more or less, it's the other. Like, if I didn't have to run this 100 times for gems, I would say it. Like, your first grand, you're happy. Your first couple of Herodrics, you're good. Some people just settle with grands. They don't even bother with the other. It's kind of the problem. To be honest, I gave some rubies to a friend, which I'm kind of regretting. Probably I shouldn't. Gonna happen. Eventually, you just get tired of. Hmm. That's ridiculous. gonna go burn both of those because those are both those saving these. I guess the timing, you do get tired of it. Now, the problem with this build, it's like, see, the more intelligence I have, not only is my resistance slightly better, the thing would be, sometimes this doesn't provide. See, when I need to, I'm not that much far off from finishing this. See, this dungeon's a source of many great things. Every time you reset it, it can have a different modifier. Sometimes it can have really good stuff, sometimes it does. Like during the Goblin event, it was pretty good. See, trying to get her Roderick's is the key. See, these things don't drop grands that much. Hmm. Jesus. Rice on a fucking stick. It's horrible. Sometimes these go really well, and then sometimes you're not getting shit from them. The reason I need this is I'm trying to get one flawless. If I can get a flawless from any one of these, I'd be thankful. Spot. That's a really shitty, weird modifier. See, the problem now, it's like, if you don't do this, like, the point of it, I do, technically, after I get tired of that, like, I know I'm close to. Lord. But yeah, this build, pretty much, once I get the timing down, it's fine. Sadly, creating flawless Herodrix is not the easiest task. Sadly. Seen that before. You'd think it's easier to get gem fragments somewhere else, but it isn't. Uh, what Tizo? Not really, I'm not paying attention. Oh. Oh. Don't dance on someone's grave. That's horrible. Getting old sucks, my friend. I don't know why you have to post about it online, but suffer in peace. See, the person is, I'm not going to say he's begging, but the problem is Tizo's an interesting individual. Tizo is what? What we found out is about 50 years old, normal? Yeah. Being in a hospital sucks. Speaking as a person who's had going on sinus infection too for the fucking year. That's taking weeks to run its course, where swollen inner ear right now, which I don't talk about, kind of annoys the shit out of me. You know, worse. God damn it. I mean, at least he's not doing the GoFundMe for his Rippaverse comic because it's broke ass. But being sick and being in a hospital is not a good thing. It would also explain why he hasn't been chatting in people's chats much. Really? Fucking bastard. I get everything but what I need. For real. Yeah. Feels a little bit better. Yeah, so fucking close. Sometimes those go by, you get lucky with the ones you need, and other times it just gives you straight shit, but like the other. Remember, there is a. Bad. 7,000 on an amulet. Amethyst, though, is not what I need, though. By the way. 7,000 isn't what I need. Because I don't need amethyst, I need fucking other shits. Look, I know, Theo. Yes, Theo, bad luck strikes people. Look, Theo, don't be mean like that with Tizo. Tizo, that's karma catching up to him, okay? Realistically, let's be clear here. I'm not being mean. Health issues. He's probably, what, he's 50 years old, hasn't taken care of himself. Something happens. This must be Amethyst Reserve. This is Amethyst Reserve, isn't it? Probably. More than likely. It's Amethyst Reserve. I may have to see if I can have. I have some. Amethyst Reserve. See, that's the other way. If you can flat out get it, yeah. Yeah, I don't condone that. Usually, when someone's having medical issues, it sucks. I usually don't televise when I've been sick. Usually, my own sleep patterns go to hell in a handbasket. See, farming whispers is my norm. Farming whispers is key for me, which I usually get a lot of stuff from it. That's why it's one of the easiest trees I filled out first, but sadly that tree isn't different. Gold isn't at a certain point you farm it, but the problem is you start using a lot of it in rerolls. See, I don't condone, like, see some people. It's done. See, I often find if you make fun of people, you shouldn't wish ill on other people. Life has a tendency to catch up to them. The problem is, people like to think it's not too much. Also, try not to, it's best not to collect negative karma in the universe. That's not a bad roll. I like something like this, but I want intelligence. I'm having a lot of like minion builds still my essence generation. That was the obnoxious part. They steal the thunders from the people who do actual damage. See, there's either a multi-boxer near there, right? Or something fucked up. Because, see, I'm starting to hate Temis. For real. Like, functionally, I'm hating Temis. Because the issue itself is there are bots and multi-boxers, which they exist, by the way. They're kid. There's a lot of people who teleport. They have macro farms, and the fuckers go to that place. And if you're unfortunate enough to land in a bot lobby, your animations, and it's bad enough I'm terrible on a animation regardless, like any kind of cash, at least like my build destroys. Like, look, I'm horrible on frame rates. Like, if you begin to think about it, like frame rates themselves get fucked because, granted, my stuff, Jesus. That's kind of another reason I want to be done with the season because of all the bot shit's coming out of the woodwork by like a massive droves. Like I'm just about ready to be done with it. The multi-boxers have been out in force in weeks. For weeks, basically. Half the time you're seeing the fucking bot farms and the gold farmers every fucking where. Earlier today, tier 10 wasn't bad. They were all at tier 12, actually, running around there. Fuck off. Getting really tired of it. It's like you can always tell when there are multi-boxers around, but as well as fucking the bot. By that, I mean the bot farmers. Like they're specifically coded to do with what to do. They go farm an area and then they have another. Timus is also where your FPS goes to utterly die. Also, I think I run the fact alone. See, I don't run Chrome, right? So not running Chrome is good. Well, technically, when you run Chrome, that's the problem. Firefox is better. See, I have it to where it doesn't run in the background like it does, so it lowers its frames unless it's there. Then you have to actually check what it was doing it. That means you gotta reset your fucking permissions and everything else. Just idle here is fucked. Like, just. It's like once you get away from. It's like an area everybody is. See, sadly, we have to be over here. And some days this is better than others. See, me just being near some of these people, it's bad. Then you have to reset everything. See, like me just here is at 200. Yeah, something fucked goes along around here. My ping should not be this high with half these little bastards sticking around. Granted, you know, it's kind of stupid. Where it annoys the piss out of me, but it happens. I'll get away from here, and then my ping will drop. That means there's a couple of botters. They're spoofing their IPs. It's kind of the error, and it's kind of the downside to actually playing crossplay. But then again, if crossplay is bad, individuals worse. So if crossplay is worse, see, the moment I get away from here, all that lag just magically disappears. Which, the fucking stupid part is the the utmost problem where your game either it see very rarely does this crash. It never crashes. Hello, Sorter. How are you? Man, we got a lot of politics we're gonna have to get to, by the way. We're gonna have to get to that one. Brave, look. The problem, I'll be honest, there's about a issue with, I think like I think I want to say honestly, a lot of the stuff is you're getting to the point with games. Like Chrome is just a memory hog to a degree. Now, the problem itself is Chrome is just a memory hog. The Brave is okay. It isn't the greatest when it comes to realms. It's okay. Problem is getting everything reset in your bit. Like, it's also that, look, someone I know damn fucking well, someone is botting near here. I know they are. Like, I know it. Like, you know when you're in a bot lobby. That's the problem with this area. I never had this problem when you go to another area that bots don't live in. Like, there's a lot of people, generally, a lot of people in this game that physically have massive rotations. I do them myself. If people are pulling off fucking rotations, they're probably macroing it. Quite honestly. And sometimes I really don't blame them. Look, the thing here is a lot of people, it's like the AFK. They do. They just choose it. The issue right here is you'll find a lot of bot farmers and the gold farmers are everywhere. Like, honestly, with me farming that dungeon 10 times over, I believe a lot of people outside that entrance alone, for the most part, to effective do it, they're not doing it solo. So if you're doing it solo, it's entirely a separate thing. I'm bad on animations, okay? Don't. The problem with this one versus normal Bloodwave, you think normal Bloodwave is fucked on the animations? Watch that popped about 10 times in a row. Yeah, that's, if not more. And by the way, enemies will just take it for no reason. Usually bots are easy to spot if they're ever around, because not only does your latency go up, if they're just there and largely gone, basically. So, other than that, it's more or less annoying. But sadly, this is the only place there's the Herodric Cube. And if I didn't have to be here, I would not be here. If I didn't need access to the Herodric Cube, this would not be my main hub. This is the only place the Herodric Cube exists. So use it here or get fucked. Now the problem with Undercity is Undercity, like where I'm at for tier 5, mine for 5s, require you to basically run this, like, you have to run your war tables, like, quite a bit. See, this is like playing Blood Echoes that goes off quite frequently, and you have to pull them all up. They all basically die. As I said, I am bad enough on animations myself. And if you're lucky, you can get it to where you have infinite, basically infinite. And it will go down, but it will be doing that like 10 times over. Yeah. Can you hit me up? I'll hit you up on a day. Because actually, politics, I need to do that because there's several. I need actually been do commentary streams for a bit. Asian portal, but no goblin. Go fuck yourself. You match. See, you run this to get the goblins, because that's how you run the mythic pranksters. You missed that. Oh, there was a goblin. Really? There was a goblin. I say there wasn't a goblin. There was a goblin. Then again, escalation dungeons are fucking painful to do as well. But see, the downside is tier 12 is currently populated by a bunch of fucking. It's either people who are under leveled. There's like three types of people. They're either A, under leveled, normie people doing it, or straight bots. Now, you have the rare fourth type, which are just the people who they don't want to be at this tier farming, they farm up there. Now, the issue is sure, the amount of under-leveled motherfuckers expecting to be carried, which is a leech, under to themselves at tier 12, drive me insane. Which, look, there's one point you're massively under. Like, I cannot tell you, even as good as I can make this build early on without being 250, no. You are required to be 250. That's two goblins, huh? One luck. But I saved my mythic tickets for with friends. I save them for mythic tickets with friends. It's a lot of runes. Okay, that's either a mythic. If that's a mythic attunement, I would be happy. If it is a fucking key to go fight Mephisto, I'll just say fuck you. Could be a mythic charm too. Could be just a mythic. Eh. Yeah, it does. That does drop from down here. That's a really weird sword, by the way. That sword was what I could use. See, what's funny is this sword, by the way. I think I might, okay? Which I'm thinking, if I can get this correct, might be good for the cooldown build. Which, but you gotta kill elite packs with it. I haven't experimented with it. Not as I should. Though I got 4 of them already. That's the game divinely telling me I should build something out of it. See, my friend doesn't get my friend doesn't get Air of Perditions. I think I get about everything. Hmm. I've just got 2 Undercities. Yeah, it's 2 Undercities. Three bosses, 2 Undercities. See, you need to run time. Like, usually how you know when you're good for a tier is you're getting the time bonuses. Because this is very similar. You need to time attack. One of my big issues I was doing earlier. I was doing in ZZZ and it's CU defense, and I was about ready to say screw it. But try to go. It looks fine. No, apparently the conditions aren't going to improve before 4 days because the conditions are terrible. And everybody I have is basically time attack, so it's like, well, shit. So I'm not getting S on that one. The weird blue moon sometimes. Kind of like an old wives' tale, kind of down here, if you were good enough. You kill everything, and you kill at least all the beacons. You sometimes get a bonus, okay? I don't know how true it is. I haven't really seen it. It's more or less, it's just been my thing because it's along the way. But sometimes I'll say fuck it and I won't care. But yeah, it's basically like currently CU defense and ZZZ sucks ass. But what's new? Half this entire version's been that way. That entire version that we're on in ZZZ has been horrible. Like they hype up something, but then again, that actual, like, of the ones, half of them are just terrible. And it's getting worse because pretty soon we're about to have wind. And if people aren't aware, it's going to be the first brand new element in the game. And I have a theory she's going to probably be a must pull, but not for the reasons people think. That effect has been in the game for since they premiered her. We can't really use her. Sadly. Oh, you suck. Oh, you fucking suck. That is a terrible one. That's a horrible. That's not even a good one. I'll put my own. You can use the one they give you, or you can use that one, or you can make your own. I prefer my own versus the one they give. Because usually I have curated my drops. I have curated mine to be only shit that I need. Hi. No one cares. I'm a random bosses spawn. Interesting. Hmm. That's a good part about the war table. You can basically craft your war tables to have different things in them. Me, I have mine for extra chests. Probably extra bullshit because I don't mind it. I have it loot maximized. Some people, they don't like that. I have one that's double butchers. Yeah, at higher tiers, that's a little scary. Okay. At higher tiers, I don't kind of recommend it unless there's a build for it. It's a little too much, fundamentally. You ask why? Butchers are hard enough to handle on their own. Potential burning butchers at escalation dungeons Now we're talking, it's bullshit. A lot of loot, but it's also a lot of pain. So it's more or less the obnoxious part. It's a lot. It's really kind of it's good and bad if you run into it in pits. You can have pit butchers spawn. I've kind of been thankful, but the same rate, it's also hell. Mm, this layout could be both good and bad. This layout will be good or bad for me. I'm not sure what. Not a good variation. I'd have probably been better off annoying the sacrifices. Avoid the sacrifices and go for the other one. Would have been the better. It would have been a 6. Oh. Lessons learned. Honestly, lessons learned. Sometimes it's just better to go for the pillars. Or they'll be a lot better. But if you can get the ones, it's like, it could be both good and bad. Sometimes you can get them ahead, sometimes not. Solo, you're probably not going to get them all. Because it takes like a couple of seconds, but you can clear out the other ones before you can clear out the parts. So now I find often that uh, with animals, huh? I'm at the point in the season I'm just checking off achievements, which it's both good and bad. But I'm also was really hoping I could fucking finally get a flawless Roderick. But fuck off, the game will not give me one. See, that's why I said I have all those gems, but not the ability. And I want it before the ladder ship tomorrow. God, this is a horrible layer. This layer is absolutely horrible. Like, this layer layout, I don't like. Too windy. I luck I could probably hit a escalation dungeons with decent rolls. Probably get what I need. But it's taken away from my war tables, so problem I've been trying to farm Wartable, like I'm at all 5 and things, so it's like, well, shit. Sometimes 4s, sometimes 5s, because let's say shit, you re-roll it, and then it's bad. It's not my style to go be flip it through activities. Well, technically activities that I don't choose. That's why I think war tables. We should be able to work on war table wherever we want to go. Versus the fucking war table itself. See, sadly, I don't need anything from lower layer bosses. Everything I use comes from greater bosses. Then I'm at the point they're either 1,500 or 2,000. So it's like pure hell. And what's worse is you only get like 100 per activity, by the way, which is very randomly stupid. And you're talking if it is that, good luck getting what you need. Yeah, they give you 3 refreshes. Sure. Huh. Well, they're both hell tides. One's salvage, the other one's do site. One's a larger amount of experience orbs, and the other one's gear. So take a pick. One being dead or being the other. That's what I mean. Everything has one too much health up here. Everything has one too many. Oh, guess what happens if you get one of these without any kind of like a boss? You get any kind of extensions? Oh, get fucked. Everything has about triple its health that it should have. Okay? Yeah, it's great. Things will have triple the health. And welcome to hell. It's not efficient. I call it anything but efficient, basically. Like, you think a couple of times, like, I'm more, like, work harder, not smarter, not harder, so to speak. It's very much the case. Personally, they need to take the scaling down like ever so often. It would help a great ton because here's the problem. These things are taking billions of damage. Okay? Each. It should not be the case, but it often is. Now, if you're running a build that irony is it's made, yeah, like some point they're just gonna blow up automatically. And see, this is why at this tier I have the gems I have. If I don't, it's like I feel like I don't do enough damage. Period. Kind of how it works. I feel like there's not enough. Then I get to like certain places and I'm like overkilling, and it's like you get to the point you're overkilling in certain areas, but you're also realizing that your things are just tanky for no reason. But this is why people fucking macro. Quite honestly, if you ever wonder why, let the clicking do it yourself. More or less the obnoxious part. I'm good on time, so like if I was any less of a build, I'd be been screwed by now. Hence why I say I can farm 12, but the shit is ineffective as hell. They don't even want to seek greater. The problem is, right, it sits. Trace X. About time I got one of those things. About time I got one of those. See, it was about time because I haven't gotten one. They're very good if you ever need to level people. I think my friend tapped out at 120 at 130. He basically said 130 is the cap. He's at 133. And I can get fuck right the hell off. God damn it. Reconnecting, huh? Killed by a vile lunatic. Oh my god, a hellbinder. A lot of people stalled out, I think, about 115 to 120. Because a lot of people, unless you have a really stupid build that can survive, you're one or two hitting these, you're not doing the other. God, if I was wise, I'd get out of this layer. I'm at Choron already. Oh no, you can go the fuck away. I know what that is. Oh no, you can go the fuck away. I know damn well what that is. I'm dead. Why didn't I? Well, this is a worse layer. God damn it. Hellbinders. I've had days where I've gotten it, and it's like the most unluckiest batch. Like, I'm just blowing. Fuck these tight corridors. Hate them. Do not like them. Look, these are terrible for my build. These corridors, because these are the walls that nothing goes through. Which there's a couple. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you. Where's the fucking exit? Where? Mm. Why I need essence on my boots, because I don't like this one bit. I don't trust this game to just... It's not enough. I had fucking... Why there's more? Why the... Mm. Fuck this goddamn boss. Literally. One more time, and I'm about to say fuck it all. God damn it, is it in a worst spot ever. You wonder why people are tapping out of this game at some point. It suddenly gets worse. And I mean this. The problem, it's getting worse. Like, the issue is the scaling. This is only 110. And it's not my damage is off. It's just fucking stupid. That boss is fucking retarded. Like, it spawned right there. The boss is spawned, like, right in a really bad spot. That it's every AoE is going to nuke. Every one of these corridors are fucking narrow. Personally, I'm at the point of fuck it all because see, this is why I want my flawless Heradrix. Because of this bullshit. That's why I want my flawless Heradrix. For reasons. Because, yeah, you know that extra 30 fucking... Yeah. But, god damn it. See, nothing brings the worst out of me than, like, CU defense. Like, I did see you at a fence this morning, and I was stuck there for like an hour. See, now I'm misclicking. That is not a good sign. See, I cannot play this game when I'm frustrated, actually. It's not a... It's not recommended. Like, my interactions are entirely broken. See, I'd say this, that pits after 100 are not fun. That's where I am. I'm basically playing annoyed, so I'm not going to be on rotations. That's great. I can't play this game when I'm annoyed. Like, it's something at this level, one mistake, we're dead. Like, one mistake, we're just gone. Oh my fucking Christ, God, what a stick. Oh, stupid. See, no matter how much defense you have, you're still just blown up. That's the problem. The higher defenses, like, you're just one-shotted by it. Everything. Like, this game and basically ZZZ have something in common. If you miss your fucking rotation, you're not dead, but at a point here, your your rotation matters more than anything else. Who the fuck puts that right there? And he ain't gonna move from there. I'm hating pets at this point, this moment. And I mean this with all due respect. They like to stick. My mortal weakness is them sticking bullshit right on, they stick it like right in the realm of all those effects, regardless if it doesn't seem that way. They stick them in a narrow corridor. So if you stick it in a narrow corridor, that was both fire and corrupting orbs. So, you know, I am kind of at this point, my patience has been running out in a way. Because it's literally no matter the poison effect on the ground, it's not even that. You actually have to worry about the corrupting ones. Not like we used to didn't have to. See, fortify doesn't matter at that level. Basically, fortification doesn't matter at that level. And anything beyond that is just straight your button smashing. That's kind of where it is. Because everything at that level has 20% additional health. It's not like 1% more health. No, that is almost 200% more health. So the difference between 100 to 110 is almost 200 damage. Sadly, it's making a lot of builds really obsolete. So unless you're doing basically billions of damage, get fucked. Kind of the sad truth, by the way. It's more or less the really, really sad truth. Really? A 2-star seedling. Uh-huh. A 2-star seedling. The interesting part is they stuck both Kissimmy's and both Ebon Piercers are stuck behind her. Actually, the amulet is behind the butcher, which is another atrocious boss. The butcher is a very atrocious boss in to himself. Um, the problem itself with like past anything past 100 ultimately is It's pure hell. Like anything past 100 is you got to realize it breaks builds. Tier 12 is not made for normal. Like pits themselves way past. Yeah, unless you're doing it's like I think the only builds breaking through are the freeze. Really? Now your bosses can randomly level up from here, which is actually the part, but it's a lot less XP than your war table. Which is possible because whispers level up from the other one. But see, this has been my curse half the season. I cannot get a half decent Kissimmee to save my own ass. So I might as well live here for a little bit. Yeah, I've been to the point that like trying to get a half decent one's pretty hard. See, part of RNG has hated me this season. What I tell you? Because simmies do not roll right. Like you can, any of the random uniques don't roll well. Because all uniques are now random. They're all random. And the problem itself is that see, I'm not thinking the solution is to have the other, because that's like, I honestly think if I went up resistances, it wouldn't change anything. It just allows me to survive remotely longer. It's kind of like Division. Division 2, basically, I can survive longer because the reason of, not because it appears that way, but just because of the shield just keeps me alive for like 3 seconds longer. I need to move all of these off to my power. Take my old seals and move them off to my paladin because it gives. Well, if you get it, you need the other seals for the other ones. I fucking dismantled the shits. Oh, yeah, no. See, I'm not the biggest fan of pit runs. Like the way pits have been for like a while. Like I know scaling, it's just so stupid. Like the scaling, I'm not. Literally, I mean, it's like 200. It's 200% after that. Oh my word! I missed one phase. Get fucked. See, the difference between 10 and 12 is also there's just more random shit that drops. So, so guarantee, and there's still going to be blues on the floor too because of a reason. I'm good. Fresh. Fucking hell. Four, two, five. See, an auto dismantle or a dismantler on the go would probably save us a lot of trips back. Godslayer's crown? Really? Godslayer's crown? Hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm gonna hope that that stays. I need that to stay. Not better. Really? Fuck, it's all horrible. Can't get it all up. It will stay. The boss slayers can do this now. Get the ones that do it. Well, you're a dick. Yeah, I don't know. It's cleaning up loot from it so much annoying. But there is so much good stuff in here too. Oh my good God. It's been the first time I've got Anduriel's vision all season. Christ. I got an Anduriel's visage. I don't know what Call of Evil is. The Elder Accept. I think it's entirely right. Eh. Uniques and mythics? Really? See, Golden Horde's a weird one. See, like Golden Horde. See, that would hurt me down the line. Ten chests of items? But you need 5 Betrayer Husks. Christ. There's so many seals. There's so many talismans. Just make them eat these. Let's see how fucked this gets. It's worth 5. It's worth 5. Oh my god, this would be hell. I jokingly say I need a loot filter, but that would be a lot worse. So it drops like 10 chests worth of loot. By the way, that drops 10 chests worth of loot. Sadly, none of it's for 10 items, I guess. I am to the point, I am just selling charm, the talismans, which by all means, I've just had enough of them. There's more shit on the ground, isn't there, than anything? Oh yeah, I was like, where is there 10 chests of items? Oh, it's all buried underneath. I wonder, Phalathia, what he started. If he started a warlock, he's fucked. If he started a paladin or a rogue, he'd be halfway decent. It's just a lot of loot to clean up. It's a lot of keys. There's a heroic strong room. It's a lot of runes. Offload. Go offload those seals. There's a lot. Saw another one of my really ex-friends decide to very distant. I thought about trolling him, but the way we parted a long time ago, I have no incentive to ever talk to him again. It's funny. It's like one of those old friends you see. I'll boot up here and then I'll realize, it's kind of what. So it took me probably 100 times to get a seal that was at least good. kind of, if I get bored with farming that character, I can always go to this one. So I got to figure out this. In a way, it's almost too late in the season. It's almost too late in the season for me to be trying to farm this character out, which she was my first one. Never one of the more cruel and fortunate joke is trying to find a seal that represents your class. He rolled a warlock. Who hurt you? Who hurt him? I bet he thought the warlock was going to be really good. I bet. I bet. Okay? I bet. He thought the warlock is going to be good. See, I almost rolled a warlock this season. And I'm glad I didn't because there's two uniques you need, and they all shit, and they shit the bed. Well, actually, there's two uniques behind Astaroth. Warlocks are fun, but warlocks are not doubly good. So, like, the idea that warlock, see, way I could put it, warlocks have a problem of surviving. If I think I have an issue surviving, warlocks have it 10 times worse. Uh, my GA is 6 CHC, huh? When I say you gotta go through about 500 items, before you find one. There's a reason for that. You gotta go through about, look, mildly put. Like a lot of the people, apparently, my friend realized how one of them wasn't. So they're just shoving a lot of gear into the transmogrifier, just in transfiguring, just to make sure they work. Like, that sounds dumb. You're gonna burn yourself by that. So transmogrify, then pray it's transmutable. I guess if that's how you're getting gear, that's a little bit fucked versus curating your drops and then going from there. Not my method. My method is to just farm the opal vendor and abuse the shit out of them to get gear. I think acceptable. It ain't great. That's why I wanted to pull my chess pieces. These were the second batch. I had 10 in the second batch. One can dream. Not great, but that works. Max roll distance. Intelligence is below. See, I have my superstitious spots I go to. I go back to my old home. Personally, the fucking bitch and fucking Thib has been my bad luck for the longest time. I can't believe I did that. Oh, I can believe I did that. I'm gonna pay for that though. Mm, you're wrong. Yeah. This is either good or bad. It either goes quickly or you wind yourself about a billion deep or you know it. I mean, definitely not as bad as. I'm kind of becoming an expert at making $1 billion bricks in a season. I've had a couple this I've just left him at nearly 80%. These things take. Some guy called bullshit. Here, second. I'm gonna pay for missing that 1200 roll. That's 1,000. I'll be like, Question. Is it worth it? In my idea, yes. It's on the low end. Plan. Hmm. Say throw 1 billion gold at the issue, maybe. Hmm. Escalation dungeon, probably with gold farming, should solve a lot of my issues. So, yeah. What I need roughly is a I already have the essence on kill, so that would be like 10 essence a second, roughly. That's not counting the additional I get because of my willpower. Well, that might solve some of my well, the problem is when usually I'm running into like people grouping to they steal my kills, so it makes it actually worse. I think been the issue with the ball lightning builds and some of the others that people who set their shit up on macros. They go into an event and you can't even kill it. Now, it's fine getting carried through it, sure. Well, fuck, not if your build's a fucking essence resource consumer. Like this build's a sheer resource consumer. But a lot of that's what I've been throwing at the problem. I throw power at the problem, then I throw resource generation at the problem. Reality is, it's probably both. It's also probably because I'm over damaged too. So, but the problem is, it doesn't sit. I'm still one-shotted by most. Problem is, those boots. Well, technically, armor on them is what I need. But it'd probably be an escalation dungeon with gold on it that I need. Honest, I've never seen Silphal before this season. Uh, I need to really check the strong rooms. There's a gold reserve. There's a strong room. There's a lethal shrine. There's a gold. That's at least better. Dungeon Delve, Sapphire Reserve. Well, if you have Sapphire Reserve. There's a gem reserve. Could just be another experiment down the drain, of course, but not really. Once I figured this out, the little nitty gritty of everything I need, I'll probably be fine. I think I know I'm close to it. It's not to where I like it. Then again, I'm probably just way over too cautious more than anything else. Probably my problem is I just over prepare for everything. It's just sometimes more or less a waste at times. It's weird. Then again, I have the whole chance for double bosses. So, so the downside is when you have a gold one, you can't exactly You lose a little bit of your impact. You lose a bit of the impact. That's the downside of it. It farms up a bunch of gold, yes, but you are losing a little bit of your. It makes it sometimes not potentially worth it. The dungeon delve. If it's on like gold reserves or obols, I haven't kept it. Equipment delves are good, but I'm really big about curating them. Nightmare sigils can be anything else. Usually, what you do in the first layer doesn't matter. But I have a disagreement with my friend over that. Because Very good way to get like a quick billion after a bit. Especially if you have the Roger chest. So, pretty much. If you hit basically vile riches as well as gold, pretty good. Yeah, the Churon title is basically again, you have to have him spawn because the trick is it goes from 1, 1, 5, 10, and then you get all 20 epithets. Once you get all 20 epithets, you basically can get him to spawn randomly. And depending on people's chances, it's a lot easier. Because he's wondering about that too, because that confused me at first. Because I am the type that. God, these are all the fucking same. They're all three the same ones. Really. They're all three. Heroic Strong Room and the other. Except for the ones. See, the trick is I should not be doing picks like really late after doing other things. Find out on your own. I actually had to go back through and actually do all 100. I had to do all 20 of them. Well, it's probably the apotheosis title of the season. Which is could probably is going to be in there. The problem is you have to find the when you don't find them. He quit. Hopefully he sees it, because it doesn't make sense. Because, see, the problem, like, SB got off. See, people don't think about it. Because Choron's a secret boss. That's how you actually get the idea of the title of Choron's Beat. He can, anywhere after you get the last one, no matter where. So you go looking for them. The problem when you have to go looking for them, they go to hell in a handbasket. So but people will be the first to miss it though. Like 10? Like, people don't think about it because it's a secret achievement anyways in the season. Well, it's probably gonna be like, basically you're gonna be running like probably 40 pits before you fucking get him to spawn. He's hard to spawn actually. Because it's random too, because even if you've had all 100, I mean, go through the floor 100, it's not a guarantee. Come to think of it too, because when a friend said what it was, I saw him in a randomly in somebody else's. Or What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Is that because I didn't have it unlocked? Oh, that's a little... That's a little fucked. So I lost the sigil. I lost the escalation sigil. I lost the escalation sigil. What in the fucking hell is this? A desync? Thank you. Fucks me out of my own nightmare sigil, which cool, fine. I've never seen that with a nightmare sigil. But I went to the next one and it just did whatever. Be the first to admit I'm playing like shit. This way, I don't know. Play when I'm irritated or in a bad mood. Shitty servers. When I mean these servers get shitty, they fucking do. '94 latency, I guess. That just means my latency's doubling. You know what? Test this. When I mean I've about had it with this season, I have. I want like a month break. Like I want this game to be like a month break, and I don't want to see it because the shit I'm running into as an actual bugs, they hit me. Look, I know it's not my build. Like if I honestly fat finger buttons, that's my own fucking fault. The game's acting like I have no willpower, which is anything fucking but. Now, the biggest problem is, like, I guess, so I said, I'm probably going to use those other ones. The the desync is bothering me. This server is so desynced. See, more of my patience just wears thin. See, the inherent problem. The fuck? I have to restart my game after this one. Sadly, the fucking bullshit hits me right before the start of the dungeon. Eh. This latency is shit. And when I mean it's bad, it is bad. Yes, restart all of it. But I don't think that's gonna fix it. Ah. There's times a day that the servers aren't shit, but then there's the time that's fine if you're away from it. It would be better if I wasn't near people with Taco Bell Wi-Fi. And I get it. Some people's internet's not fast, but if you start getting stuff, it's pulling that much. Like once the connection to the server starts hitting like unacceptable. Off coffee, I'll be right back. Swear to God, if I lose this dungeon, I'll be pissed. Lose that dungeon. Yeah. Let's see if I lose this nightmare dungeon. Not that it matters, it's just the other one. I mean, latency in this game could be okay, it could be worse. Now, usually the problem is if the servers aren't picking up regen per second, that's usually more of the desync. Why start playing worse? I have not played right since that pit. I've been kind of out of it too since I've hit 110. Feeling it. fucking game. I mean that with all due respect. I've been playing like shit since that 110. Even I know that. Because the server's not counting the regenerate. Now, even if stats are slightly lower, they're not going to fuck me over. See, that's the StarCraft skin for the Barbarian, which is the Jim Raynor one. Which, granted, I mean, look, if they're going to rerun them every so often, then it won't be so bad. See if I have essence problems now. Then I know it's server if that's the fucking case. Because what's funny is that my willpower is at my resource. Let's see, even by 3% should still be fine. 3% still. Roughly. It's acceptable. Oh my fucking word. Hmm. Okay. That's better. That's a lot better. See, I'm running the gold ones, though. Gold setup, I lose a little bit of my DPS. It's the multiplier I use more than the other part. Oh, that works so much better. And I still have the same toughness, too. I have the same toughness. Well, not about the same, but about 930 as a base. Okay, so that is about. See, I can't, like, really sacrifice anything else. Not really. Not close. Oh, God. It is less. Fuck. So that armor roll fucked me by, like, about. I was resting at 931. That's kind of infuriating. It fucked me over. It fucked me over by, like, 40,000 armor. I dropped my intel too by fucking. Dropped my intel by, like, what was that, 65? I was at 65. $95. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Game does not want me to have. Game does not want me to have 3,000 fucking things. Game does not want me to have. It does not. It refuses to let me have that. That's the problem. Because I have to actually have that roll like that. Probably helps that I have cost reduction on the amulet as the special attribute. Got lucky and got that. I got lucky about that one. See, it gave me a cost reduction. Which is funny. Now, the real question is how much does that fuck me over in the higher ends? Where does this... It really wants me to fucking fight Mephisto. Yeah. Forgotten Whispers. Forgotten Wisdom, Vile Splendor. Can't really argue with. I'm not the biggest fan of this. One thing about this build I despise is the fact that they're requiring us to have, like, you in theory get a lot of essence regen, or you need it. Because without the essence regen, you're fucked. See, the problem is I need to finish out fucking war plans, but see, war plans do not help you when you need to finish off a build. Very antithetical to it. It's very antithetical to it. It doesn't work. Because the problem is when you need to go target farming, you cannot target farm. You cannot target. So if I need those boots, I have to go obol farming. I'm better off going to the area I need it. When I complain about it because it doesn't make any sense. Just means I'm going to have to find. I feel like I shouldn't have to idiot proof this build because the servers are shit. That's kind of the worst part. Basically, you bend the build because you know the game is being doing bullshit. Which should never. Look, that is the worst thing you could do. Like, you know damn well that the game isn't gonna be doing the regen per second. It also means I gotta find boots. It means I gotta find. Well, see, boots are easier to find. Meh. See, boots are not as hard to find. But it's definitely gonna have to have either max health or the armor, because armor is where the majority of my toughness will come from too. My armor is I mean, that can pick it up. I lose. See, technically I gain. I mean, technically, it's less health. The problem with all my multipliers, it's all is that 2% health adds up here and there, basically. See base, that's more. Base, that's more. There's what, 20? So I lose like what, 20? That's because of the life. But I should gain on intelligence, though. Because that's 166. Gain back some of what I lost. Unique spoils, greater keys. So I had it right the first time. Realized fucked up parts if I could get one of these that has gem strings. That would be the most fucked up part ever. But could you get gem strength on it? I'm 4. Tell you what, I'm gonna get gym strength on one of these. Hmm. If I get gym strength, see, it needs gym strength. One can dream, but I get it. Really. Not a happy camper. Don't be shortcutting it. That's a bad thing. Really? See, the thing about that is if I get gym strength, but getting gym strength's impossible. Almost. I have gone through more shards this season. Oh yeah, it's rare. These rolls are sometimes I'll get it, you don't. I didn't. Oh, you fucked it up. Stupid shit. Really? God damn it. That's the one it gave me gem strength on. Oh, that is so. I'm so tempted. See, that opens up so much. See, that has gem strength, though. That's flat damage, though. See, that gym strength is less damage. And it has less damage while fortified. I wonder if that is the thing that would finally help the other one. Because that would be really big. Who's the other one? I'm at 46. Because that makes a big difference. See, that as an all damage multiplier is better. That makes me 35. Then again, all that damage is coming from life. Kind of weird if it's just a gym strength that pulls me through. Because the weird part is, if that's just a raw stats that push me through, What the fuck? This isn't the gem strength. What's the other one? What's funny is all my skills are based on getting like plus, Jesus, like double what they are. Like they're now I am losing damage because I don't have the +4. I'm not gonna get out of there. I lose on that because I have less of the damage modifier. It's at 13, but that is an additive. Not cool. God, fucking fat fingering things. Beginning to fucking hate this. You know what? I don't care. Laughing. That is what I need. I'm beginning to fucking just hate the fucking vile bullshits are all. See, I don't feel any stronger. Like, no matter what I do to this character, this shit, I don't ever feel stronger. I can increase the stats all goddamn day. And I mean this. I have not felt any kind of strength. No matter how hard I go to clear stuff faster, I don't feel it ever. And I mean this. That's stupid. No matter what we do. I don't like it. No matter what I do to this fucking character, it never feels powerful. It makes it worse. It's like you hit that wall. Like I know I hit that wall. I still feel powerful. That's all. Thing is, all the multi. The only problem with that one is it doesn't affect more. It's probably better on the other one than it's only not. It would drop the title because of it. But I lost toughness because of the stats I lost. It's with these. I wonder though. I think I got rid of it, which I did. See, that's 916. 916. It's at 931. Oh, I got rid of it. I think I got rid of them all. They're all on a page. I'll see, that would be full damage, damageable, fortified. That was life on hit. That wouldn't work because that is damage multiplier. Oh, that's useless. That's on the ring. See, I wonder, and I truly wonder if but I know I need more armor. The problem is I need something similar. See, cursed enemies don't make sense. But full damage and damage over time don't make sense either. I mean, cooldown reduction is probably not a hard thing to roll. Good God Almighty. At least it showed what the error was. Shit. Anyway. I think I got the idea. Problem is, the other build is very locked to what it does. By the way, very, very locked. Title version is different. If the problem with the title version was always cooldown, see, I don't like that version. No matter how much power I throw into this build, it doesn't feel powerful. It just doesn't feel powerful. And that might just be because the server doesn't register it half the time. It doesn't feel like I have any power at all. But it is. It just doesn't feel like it. And I'm not sure if that's intentional or it's just servers don't process. The server might not process the damage as it should. Which I'm thinking is the problem half the time with this build. It has a lot of power, but it doesn't get server doesn't register it. Yeah, at least I saw what the error was that time. I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit fucked up when you start to think about it. See, the issue is roughly getting this build. Now, I will be honest, the version is slightly too squishy. That 913, the 931 is about right where I feel it would be. See, the problem is I need another one of these. You can't go any less armor. Because if you go any less armor, you're toast. Thing with life. Life is about as important, more important, or as important as armor. See, the thing is, that's gym strength. Start OBS. That cooldown feels ridiculously high. Hmm. It doesn't feel right. I'm basically chained to this build. That's the problem. The fact alone, this is the only viable. That's worse. I feel chained to the build. It's bad. You literally finally gave Bloodwave Necros only one way out. And it's not the intentional way. That 21 seconds is death. That's the problem. That 21 seconds is pure death. Because in theory, it should be powerful enough at a lower. In theory, I don't care about the money. I just do it in general. See if I could do it. There's nothing worse. No, look, it's a good build, but there's something about it. It's a fine build, just being chained to it. You know, viable alternatives are things. That's the problem. It's getting this build to do what it needs to do. Like, I don't feel powerful when I go do, like, ranked activities. Yeah, if I get to certain sectors of the game, just way overpowered. I just don't feel powerful. Because I can't get that cooldown below, probably just me, though. It's bad server times, of course. Can't go down life, you can't really go down armor, which makes it worse. See, you can't go down life and you can't go down armor. There's those pranks. I just don't feel powerful. Feel like in reality, you can get us to do this in a pit, you're fine. Problem is, the kill ratio doesn't work. I'm basically bound to this, and it's getting to be atrocious. Like, the fact alone, this is one of the few endgame viable, about the only. Oh god, you just made necros a lot more annoying. It just makes it very stale. I mean, it's just super, super, super stale. Oh, I finally got a upgraded vehement finally. There's just no way to get that cooldown below 20. Because I know I can get it in the shadow. That's the worst part. Like, I don't know damn well that can happen. That's the disgusting part. It works upon the other one, but it doesn't work upon basically the other. Which is a tinge crazy in its own right. Because it's tied to blight and it's tied to, not really bone spear. It's not really tied to spear, it's tied to blight. Not corpse explosion. But see, I got that down to like basically 0 cooldown normal. But I need things from here first. But half that damage is tied into desecrated ground. So it's good for open worlds, but it isn't good for closed. It isn't good for pushing. See, the downside is, sure, you're just very tanky. You still have the intelligence buff, too. Because the problem is you need to repeat casting. I feel like it's like trying to align the stars to make it work. More ways than one, of course. See, like this, I've gotten to work. Like, See, like that, even though it has a higher cooldown, right? No, don't let me fool you. Don't let that fool you. 'Cause yes, you have Sever, you have this. But Blight is largely tied. But the problem is, this doesn't work. That's the problem. Half your damage is tied into dot. That's a big problem. Half your damage is all tied to dot. And being tied to dot makes it worse. Because reality is you have the toughness, you have the other part, but, and I said that's why I say the but, this is all tied basically down to CHC. It's all tied down to, but this is largely dependent on it. It's like this set's a really easy set to get done. You have DR plus you have the other one. Don't think it matters, does it? Nope. Because getting that down to a cooldown isn't hard because of the casting. I never had an issue with because that is largely based upon a cooldown. But it's tied to, you have to be fortified and then you have the other stat. I feel like technically I should reroll that one. So basically, it's very simple. But the problem is corruption is tied to corruption is down to basically I can't really tell what my cooldown rate is either. But yeah, mostly for the most part, Bloodwave is probably the better. This is just, you know, problem is this is an alternative, but Shadow got divorced, so even if it does a lot of damage, it just doesn't do the cast. And it's also a different build because of the cooldown. And that is a bigger problem too. Because half of this, unless you can get the cooldown, and it's going to have a floor at 8. Its floor is absolutely an 8. 8 to 10 seconds. But see, that is direct. Now, reality is flat, it wouldn't be that. So, yeah. It's what makes it still the other Bloodwave a lot better because of that. Because a normal Bloodwave works, but this one is here. Everything you do is tied to corruption. Because half a blight, a good chunk of blight, is tied to there. Core, circles, core. See, that's an old one. problem with this build, if I have to remember correctly, is it has more intricate parts. I was talking about this. The weird part is, even if I can get it, I mean, reality is slightly, but it's not as effective. But see, this version is more tied to. Problem is, Shadow needs like multipliers. Like Shadow physically needs. See, Shadow is missing one of the things that makes. See, Blood has effectively the. Speak. So, Blood's power comes from all of its multipliers. Now, understanding that, that's what allows. Shadow was made up by a little bit. See, technically, you don't have access to title, but you probably could. Now, the bigger problem inherently, as I said, it's purely at the point of sheer survival. And that's the biggest issue, is why, see, the core version gets used more. As much as I don't like it, it's kind of more of an absolute of a premium build than it is an actual, it's a very premium build. Because arguably you're using this, and then you're using that. So the inherent issue is I've just been refining it. Downside of the build is you need to be higher. The beginner friendly build, but it ain't a beginner friendly build. That's the thing. But once a tier full you, they just blow up quicker at this tier. Now the problem is really refining it so it doesn't take as much to do that. Now, statistically, till you get to repeat casting over and over and over again, basically the resources near maintain themselves. Yeah, that's why I largely set this just to bring armed, just bring a nuke to basically around. See, I use not the normal. I actually use a curse ring of omens. That's what I use. That's my unique talisman. Again, I think it's that second essence regeneration that helps do this. Basically, this is armor, health, everything else. But the biggest secret is you need more maxed out health and armor. Without maxed out health and armor, you do lose a lot of toughness. Yeah. The problem is it's just bound to this build. See, it's gonna be so mythic heavy, it's gonna be fucking shit if I try to get. See, that's the bigger problem. See, it's all the repeat casting. See, at a certain tier, they just blow up, and I don't have to worry about things having about 5 billion health. Because in Pit's example, everything after a certain point is 20%. So, I mean, difference between 100 to 110 is almost 200% health. I mean, pretty much the final form is probably going to be closer. The essence cost is not a bad one, but essence cost is probably going to go in the other. This has to have tankiness. The might nerf. We know it's getting nerfed down. Probably like hit chance or one of the other ones. The problem itself is I'm going to have to get a max roll. One of these. Like, this is right. That's right. And you can always find it better. That one's like correct. Here is good. Essence on kill. The damage multiplier is just a bonus. This has flat. This just happened to roll correctly a long time ago. This gives me cooldown and reduction. Plus the barrier. And it's like that has a higher multiplier. Now, what makes it different than the other ones? See, I'm still using the curse for the execute, but in the downside, I have 5 points tied up into that. But in reality, I have 3, 6, 9, 9 extra points into other skills. And then that's not counting the ones that are tied to the seal and then the other one. Problem is finding a blood one that actually is good. I had to play almost 150 hours. Then get rid of one of the echoes to even get close to actually having a seal for this set. But even the mythics don't really help me. And this has been the bigger issue. It's just I'm trying to chase something I don't think is dropping. Again, it's like a needle in a haystack. When it comes to basically like some of this stuff, bullshit to find it. I got lucky and found the critical hit damage one. Okay, this one doesn't get off. See, it needs I'll definitely see I'm still squishy. That's the problem. I have a problem when I get her up between 110 to 115. I have to step on a crack and I'm just dead. It's not a glyph problem, it's a toughness problem. I used to make fun of people who have multiple casting. But the problem is the only thing on multiple casting we ever had to do was like blood echoes or a very early version of Bloodwave. I really, really do need to finish up. But trying to get flawless gems is a bitch. Honestly, you need 5 of each even to do it. Good luck to you on that one. But I think a lot of it is pure. Like, this is pure power, though, along with health. The problem is the ring is a net negative on health, but it's good on stats. Pure offensive. I just don't feel strong enough. So around 110 to 115, I'm just auto obliterated by floor effects. Which is not a good thing. I'm not moving. Like, this is practically the one that I have to keep coming back to. lot of these I already have extras of. That's the problem. Like if you're trying to get some of these maxed out. But that's like what, 1,500 to get that one done? At 1,100 more? So let's just salvage. Oh, but yeah, the problem itself is you need health and armor on everything. Crit damage multiplier on everything. Not really crit. The issue is, it's just I need for the boot. I need. See, I think I know what I need. See, I need like this, but I need more armor. Okay, that's just the problem. Intelligence, I'm trying to bump to 3,000, but good luck on that one when you have basically two items that are negative. If they weren't, I would probably be over 3,000. That's a problem. Like a shield itself is like intelligence in the armor, which you do have to keep the armor up too. See, I had this here because I've gone through a few, but it's like you need health and armor on almost a bunch of the stuff. Because reality is you're still squishy, but but I have almost all Herodric's. I have basically all Herodric, except for Flawless Herodric. So I'm trying to work towards. But as I say, good luck on that one. Flawless Herodrics take a while. I mean, but this, what's going to be is it's going to add like, sorry, 860. Mm, basically, it's then again, a lot of it's just getting lucky on some of these rules. Because when I have my overstacks high, everything goes up in damage. That's the key. That heads over power stacks. That one does. That, and that. So does that. I could put armor on it, but a shield doesn't need that. So everything is coming from overpower stacks. So in total, when I'm already have it, I have. But this is all added. I mean, now ideal world, you roll it to 15, or you roll it to the max. Now, that's kind of what you have to, which makes more sense with seasons the way they are. But yeah, so that's going to come out to about 15 at the end per. So, not this is lagging behind. I can probably find another. So then I'm going to go back. I usually do try, but the problem is I squeak out a lot of power. Because what I need. See, if I replace this and I get the ideal version of that one, which is just slightly more armor, probably be. But the thing about it is, it's all based upon this. Not only do I have +9 total on skills or core, I also got at least a +8, which is on blood. So the issue itself is I need better one of those one day. The version of that, but that's not why it's done. Version. That version, look, quite honestly, I have one here, and then I have. Problem is, trying to squeak out power any further is insane. Like, the only thing I could get out of power out of here, it has an all damage that's 20, still retains its armor. And get about that. That'd be like 3%. And then its all damage multiplier be at 20. But that's implying that intelligence, armor, and the other stuff lines up. So a lot of this is just really dependent on. I've gotten lucky just by weight of farming. I get better ones of these. So, one barrier that can go every 20 seconds. And then the big thing is you just need to help. But that's the problem. Feel very squishy. But anyways, today is a later day. Probably will stream Division tonight. Take a break from this. Because this really isn't going anywhere. But see, that toughness needs to go back above 900. And that is a problem. Next time I'm on, I'm going to have to farm obols. See, the issue with this build is it can push the ladder stuff, but it is such a monstrosity to build. But the secret I have, if it can't, is all getting multipliers everywhere. The key is what drives it is the talents. So you have this is their normal. You have that. But yeah, it's basically what? The blood skill still 70%. That one. You have God, I can't even think of its skills. You have the one that's 90% here. Now that's just the rest is just fortified and having a shit ton of results. That makes my build survive. But the trick about it is getting the damage. But yeah, it's a problem for tomorrow. Tomorrow's me, basically. Wow, that's pretty bad. So yeah, basically, it's trying to get a better one of these, but good luck. I mean, sometimes you can try, because that's the hard thing. Now, ultimately, right? What is the other one? Offensively, it's coalesced blood, thickened blood. See in the title. Now, those are pretty standard. That's dominance. Chest piece is Glenn's anvil armor. Now, helmet, pants both have resolve stacks. Basically, a lot of it is farming a suitable red lesson. But look, a lot of it is also getting lucky. But I am also going over casting speed and everything else. So yeah, Glenn's anvil's what keeps it up a lot. Now everything else is just there. So usually, now curse is provided by basically this. Now, realistically, these aren't the hardest. They're at first they're the hardest to farm because they're behind Bartok. These are behind Bartok. Now, the problem itself is that stat bonuses. That could be better, but that's max blood. That's max blood. So all I am is giant stacks of bonus damage. Which, I mean, realistically, sure. It's delivering the damage, which is key. By that, if I can get something similar. But again, it's pretty basic of a build. Because a lot of the ones seen that have been pushing pits use different. So I just got to get this build to the point I stop blowing up about 115 to 110 to 115. Because it overflows my fortifying. And you're just dead. But that is a long-term goal because you have to get the right stats to get around it. Because then again, it's 20 times tougher every level, at least by 20%. There's at least an additional 20%. So I catch people later. The build is pretty simple. It's not hard to it. Problem is, it's getting the rules. I've been slowly dialing it in. But as I say, problem is the other half of the game is I need, even with flawless, that's 150 each. I don't know. Might be better, might be good. Who knows? We'll eventually get before the season's out. I will catch people tonight. I'll probably stream Division. Well, Division 2. I need a break from this. For real. I will catch people later.